say hello. Yeah.
Good morning. This will be our last brunch of the calendar year. One announcement about the robocall list. I have it here. I have a bunch of names here. If you want to make sure you're on it and this phone number is good, then see me. I'll have it in my chair over here. And the purpose of that is if we have inclement weather, then these names are included when Rabbi Tina, if they cancel the religious school. And so you will get a call also that the brunch has been canceled because of that. So if you want to be on this list, please look at it and add to it, correct anything that's wrong. So our speaker this morning has been with us many times, and we appreciate him coming back each time. I'm going to read a little bit about him, but since he's been around so long, his bio is voluminous, and I'm not going to take all the time to read everything he's accomplished, but I'll read some of it. So he is the current director of the Pine School of Graduate Studies, professor of Rabbinic Literature and Thought, and the Deutsch Family Professor of Rabbinics and Liturgy at Hebrew Union College Jewish Institute of Religion in Cincinnati. He's been a faculty member since 1979. He was ordained at HUC in 1974. He is the author of several books and numerous articles dealing with rabbinic literature and Jewish literature. He was a member of the Siddur Editorial Advisory Committee that worked on Mishkan Tefillah, we should know that, and was a special advisor to the editorial board that produced the current Reform Officer, Mishkan HaNefesh. He is a recipient of the 2016 David Allison Faculty Award from the Women of Reform Judaism and the 2017 Shomer Shira Guardian of Song Award from the Guild of Temple Musicians. He is also an experienced choral musician, which I did not know, with a strong interest in Jewish liturgical music. And he is married to Ann Aronson. They have two sons, Jonathan, Yanni, and Michael, and one granddaughter. Is it Salome?
Salome.
Salome. Let me introduce and present Richard Sarason. Thank you.
Okay, this mic should be working. Can everybody hear it? Good. Yeah, it's our class actually is celebrating its 50th year, 50th anniversary of ordination this coming May, and this is actually my 45th year on the faculty in Cincinnati. So I've been coming up here with a few skips along the way for 45 years. Wow. So back when you were still on Salem Avenue.
Yeah.
So it's been a good run, and it ain't over. It is hard to believe time passes so quickly that Hanukkah begins on Thursday night. First candles Thursday night, first day of Hanukkah is Friday. Seems like it was just Sukkot. And obviously this year, what happened at Sukkot Torah, it's, that it's like we're frozen in time. We are pleased that some of the hostages have been released. We are waiting for the rest of them to be released. As we look forward to Thursday evening and beginning Hanukkah again, I thought it would be timely to well, this is sort of deconstructing Hanukkah, I suppose, at a certain level. That is to say, well, what you learned as a child, it ain't necessarily so in terms of the myths of the holiday. But we're going to do it as a general fashion. Okay. So, as we know, starting with the word Hanukkah, okay, so it's a Hebrew word, of course, and the word Hanukkah means what?
Dedication.
Dedication, exactly right. And obviously the festival commemorates the dedication of what? Yeah, the temple, the altar, right, or the rededication, right? During the time of the Maccabean Wars, exactly right. So this commemorates something that actually did happen. This is historically accurate, although there are a lot of myths that go along with it. So how long does the festival last? 8 days, exactly right. Why?
To replace Sukkot.
Pardon me?
It was to replace Sukkot, which they hadn't been able to celebrate that.
Okay, yeah, did everybody hear that? You know, the miracle, the Cruse of oil that lasted for 8 days, right? Yeah.
My theory
Yes.
is that they couldn't have Sukkot at Sukkot.
Yeah.
So as soon as they rededicated it, they wanted to do that.
Did everybody hear that?
Nobody.
That, okay, that they couldn't observe Sukkot at the proper time. So as soon as they could, you know, get back into the sanctuary again, they did that, and that's why it's 8 days. Interestingly enough, you will find in the materials that we're going to be reading today that is one of the reasons given. So you know, again, what we all learned as children in religious school is we celebrate because of a miracle. You know, they could only find, when they rededicated the temple, they could only find one cruse of oil that hadn't been desecrated, where the seal of the high priest was still intact. You know, there was only enough oil in it to last for 1 day while they were setting out for more oil, and lo and behold, it lasted for 8 days. Okay. Now 8, as been noted around here, is a number that has some significance, because there are 8-day festivals like Sukkot, right? So we'll see if that's important. I don't think I'm going to be disillusioning anybody if I say, well, you know, that's an urban legend about the Cruse of oil. Okay, it's a late explanation. It appears for the first time in the Babylonian Talmud, and there are reasons why it appears there. So the first text that I've given you is the actual text for the Babylonian Talmud. So let's have a look at that. So this is from Tractate Shabbat. There is no Tractate Hanukkah in the Babylonian Talmud. Well, because there's no Tractate Hanukkah in the Mishnah, as there is no Tractate Purim in the Mishnah, although there is a Tractate Megillah in the Mishnah. Yes, there are tractates in the Mishnah that deal in one way or another with the 3 pilgrimage festivals that are, of course, biblical. And so there's a tractate Pesachim, there is a tractate Sukkah, there is no tractate Shavuot, but there's a tractate Bikurim, which talks about the bringing of the first fruits, since that's what appears in the Torah. There is a tractate Rosh Hashanah, there is a tractate Yom, which deals with Yom Kippur. There is no tractate Hanukkah. Okay. And the reason why the Talmudic discussion of Hanukkah occurs in Tractate Shabbat is because there's a discussion in Tractate Shabbat of what kinds. Remember, they didn't light candles back then, right? They lit lamps, which were oil lamps, both for Shabbat and also for Hanukkah. The candelabrum in the temple didn't have candles. These were oil lamps. So the question is, okay, So what kinds of oils and what kinds of materials for wicks can you use for Shabbat candles? Some oils burn better than others. And some wicks are easier to light and keep lit than others. And for Shabbat, you want things that are not going to sputter. Or so that's the main discussion in this chapter. And since they mentioned the issue of Shabbat lamps, they also mentioned, well, what about the Hanukkah lamps? Those are the same lamps that you have the same materials for kindling and for burning that you can use that you're not supposed to use for Shabbat. Can you use those for Hanukkah? So that's how they get onto the subject. And then when they sort of finish discussing that, they suddenly ask, "My Hanukkah, what's Hanukkah? Okay, you know what's the basis of this?" And the basis is this text right here, which this is the text from in the Bavli. Ditzno Rabbanan, as our masters taught, we have an older tradition that reads as follows: on the 25th day of Kislev begin the days of Hanukkah. They are 8. One may not eulogize the dead on them, and one may not fast on them. In other words, these are days of rejoicing. And interestingly enough, what is being cited here, even though it takes the introductory formula that introduces the citation to no Ramadan, our masters taught, technically in the Talmud that refers to a Mishnaic era tradition, early Rabbinic tradition. But what is actually being cited here is a document an actual document from the late Second Commonwealth period that is called Megillat Ta'anit, the Scroll of Fasting. It's a text from the Hasmonean era, that is to say, from the era of the Maccabean rulers, that commemorates a lot of the events of that period, days on which you are not supposed to fast or to mourn, but you're supposed to rejoice. And so it's ironic that it's called the Scroll of Fasting, because it's really the scroll of not fasting. Exactly right. And we have this document that actually has come down to us. And it's come down to us in a number of medieval manuscripts. And it's accompanied by an old commentary, because the text itself simply lists the days when you're not supposed to fast and a brief account of why. And the commentary expands on these things. And the text of the Talmud continues with the text of the commentary, although interestingly enough, with respect to this particular comment, scholars think that actually the Talmudic text is earlier, and this where this appears in some manuscripts, that it's actually been copied from the Talmud. But here's what the Talmud says, okay? For when the Greeks entered the sanctuary, they defiled all the oils that were in the sanctuary. And when the Hasmonean monarchy, that's the Maccabees, the Maccabean family, overpowered them and vanquished them, they inspected and found only a single cruse of oil that was still resting there intact, the seal of the high priest. It hadn't been opened. And it was only enough oil to kindle the menorah for a single day. A miracle happened, and they kindled the menorah with it for 8 days. The following year, they ordained those days to be holidays, to be observed with praise, Hallel, and indeed there are psalms that are recited, Hallel psalms, that are also recited during Sukkot and the other festivals, and Thanksgiving. Okay, so that's what the Talmud has to say about Hanukkah, and that's the basis, basically, of everything that follows. Yeah.
Is saying Kaddish considered eulogize him to death?
No. No, in other words, you don't bury anybody, or you don't, actually, what is prohibited here is mourning. In the same way that during the festivals, mourning, so for example, if you're observing Shiva is canceled during the period of festivals. And you don't observe Shiva, on Shabbat.
What if somebody died on the first day of Hanukkah? What do you do? I mean, you have to bury them,
Yeah, bury them, right.
but you can't.
You bury them, but well, or you wouldn't observe Shiva during the festival. Yeah, that's really what it amounts to today. Okay. So the interesting thing is, again, we've got about 3 manuscripts of Megillat Ta'anit, and the commentary in each is a little bit different. Well, there is one that basically has the same text that appears in the Talmud, and people think that was actually carried over from the Talmud. Because I gave you on the second page what we have in another manuscript. It simply says, because the Gentiles defiled the temple, and when the Hasmonean monarchy defeated them, they inspected and found in it the temple pure oil, and they kindled the lights with it. They made all those days during which they kindled the lights with it a festival. Doesn't say anything about oil only, a small cruise for 1 day. They kindled the lights. So the story of the miracle of Hanukkah, Al HaMisim Ba'al HaPorkah, that's Talmudic. That's Talmudic. The interesting thing, the really interesting thing, is that we have texts, earlier texts, pre-rabbinic texts from before the destruction of the temple, that talk about Hanukkah. And they give us a very, very different story about the rationale for the 8 days and so on and so forth. In the so-called Apocrypha of the Old Testament, that is to say, these are books that come down to us in Greek that appear in the Greek translation of the Bible, what is called the Septuagint, which was originally a Jewish translation, but preserved by Christians. There are additions to certain books that don't appear, additional materials that don't appear in the Hebrew Scriptures. Okay, and there are additional books. So in this collection, there are two different books that are called Maccabees. First and second books of Maccabees that date from the 2nd century before the Common Era, that date from the period of the Hasmonean, let's say the Maccabean kingdom, before the Romans take over, and that these are they're at one level they're sort of Maccabean propaganda, Hasmonean propaganda at one level in terms of the political in praise of the Maccabees and the Hasmoneans. And we have accounts of the Feast of the Dedication here that make no mention of any cruises of oil, right? And that are closer in time to the actual events, but also have their own perspectives. And those are on the next sheets that I gave you. I regret that again, when you're scanning from books, unless you break the spine of the book, which thank you, I don't care to do it for my library. You have that area in the middle where it's hard to read. Now, I did go back and copy these things in for myself after I sent this off to you. It turns out that there is also, in the Anchor Bible series, which was originally published by Doubleday and is now published by Yale University Press, there are 2 volumes on each of the books of Maccabees by Jonathan Goldstein. And what I gave you are materials from that book, which include his translation. There is yet a more recent volume in the Anchor Bible series. Daniel Schwartz at Hebrew University, who goes back over this and does it again. So what I'm actually gonna, you can follow along on that first sheet, but I'm actually gonna read from the Schwartz translation. Judas and his brothers said, "Behold, our enemies have been crushed. Let's go up and purify the temple and rededicate it." And so the whole force assembled and went up to Mount Zion. And that they saw that the temple had been desolated and that the altar, that's the crucial element of the temple, is the altar, the sacrifices were performed, had been desecrated. But the gates had been burned down, and that plants were growing in the courts as if in a forest or on one of the mountains, and the chambers destroyed. They tore their clothes and mourned greatly, putting ashes upon themselves. These are signs of mourning that we still do from mourning. And they fell upon their faces on the ground. And blowing the trumpets, they cried out to heaven. Okay, mourning. Then Judas ordered men to fight those of the Acra. The Acra is the originally the Hellenistic fortress on the Temple Mount, near the Temple Mount, until the temple be purified. And he selected unblemished priests devoted to the law, and they purified the temple and removed the stones of the abomination. The stones of the abomination is the altar that the Greeks had put up. They removed the stones of the abomination to an impure place. Then they considered what to do with the defiled whole offering altar. It occurred to them a good idea to destroy it, lest it be for them a shameful reminder that the Gentiles had defied it. So they destroyed the altar, but they put the stones aside in an appropriate place on the Temple Mount until the coming of a prophet who could give an answer about that. That is to say, what do you do with these? This was the original altar. What do you do with the stones, right? Can they be purified? Can they be used again? You have to destroy them, whatever, right? You know, we need an oracle from God to know what to do. Then they took whole stones, according to the law, and built a new altar according to the model of the previous one. And they built a temple, sanctified the things inside the building, and consecrated the courts, and made the new holy vessels, and brought the candelabrum and the incense altar and the table into the sanctuary. Then they offered up incense upon the altar and lit the lights upon the candelabrum, thus illuminating the inside of the sanctuary. Remember that these lights were lit originally so that you could see in buildings. The Ner Tamid, the so-called light in the sanctuary and synagogue that is always on, right? That originates in a light that was necessary to read. So they didn't have electricity back then. Right? So these lights served a function. They were not just, if you will, ceremonial or ritual. And they put the loaves of bread upon the table and spread out the curtains and completed all the tasks that they did. Okay, then arising early the next morning, the 25th day of the 9th month, which is Kislev, of the 148th year. The years, by the way, interestingly enough, this is a Hellenistic text. The years are the regular years of the Hellenistic monarchs. That is to say, the generals of Alexander who became kings in Egypt and Syria. They brought a sacrifice according to the law on the new whole offering altar that they had made at about the season and the day in which the Gentiles had defined it. It wasn't the exact day, but around the same time. At that time, it was rededicated with hymns, lyres, other stringed instruments, and cymbals. Again, a grand musical offering. The entire people fell upon their faces and prostrated themselves and blessed heaven, which had made them successful. They carried out the dedication of the altar for 8 days and brought whole offerings with joy, and they offered a sacrifice of well-being and of praise. And they decorated the areas of the facade of the sanctuary with golden crowns and small shields, and renovated the gates and the chambers and fitted them with doors. There was very great joy amidst the people, and the disgrace imposed by the Gentiles was removed. And Judas and his brothers and the entire community of Israel instituted the celebration of the days of the rededication of the altar in their season every year for 8 days, beginning on the 25th day of the month of Kislev, with mirth and joy. So that, in fact, is the earliest testimony that we have to this holiday. And what is interesting, of course, is that just like as we find in Megillat Ta'anit, these are the Hasmonean rulers who are instituting days of commemoration for things that took place during the struggle. And one of the highlights, of course, being the rededication of the temple. This was not the end of the wars. Actually, the book continues. This was one of the phases. But this commemoration continues. What's the reason for the 8 days that's given here? Maybe that's a trick question. Is there a reason for 8 days that's given here? No, there isn't.
Well, is it possible that it's related to a week plus one? I don't know. I mean,
Well, it is a week plus one, to be sure. But
Jewish holidays typically have 6 days, so I'm just extrapolating from that.
so here's a little footnote. If you look in the biblical literature, you will see, that there are dedications of Solomon's temple. There are things that are observed by Ezra and the people when they come back, and retrojected into the story of the wilderness is the erection of the Mishkan, the tabernacle, the portable temple. And in Leviticus chapter 8 and 9, where Aaron and his sons are consecrated as priests to serve in the tabernacle of the wilderness, that dedication, consecration, goes on for 7 days. And then on the 8th day, they perform a sacrifice. If you look at, turn now to the very, very last page of the handout. This is the first case. This is the depiction of the dedication of Solomon's temple. Okay. Then Solomon convoked the elders of Israel before King Solomon in Jerusalem to bring up the ark of the covenant of the Lord from the city of David, that is Zion. All the men of Israel gathered before King Solomon at the feast. And what is the feast? The feast in the month of Etanim. Etanim is the name of the month according to the old Canaanite pre-Exilic calendar. The names of the months that we use today are Akkadian Babylonian names. Okay, these are names that were brought back with the Judeans from Babylonia. in some of the narratives of the Hebrew Bible, we also have the names of the old names, the pre-exilic names, the Canaanite names of some of these months. So Eight Tanim is what is the month that we know today as Kislev. Okay. The seventh month, actually, according to their calendar, is the first month of our. Excuse me. Eight Tanim is the month of Tishrei. Okay. So Solomon's temple is dedicated in the month of Tishrei. It's the biblical seventh month, because the first month was what we call is the month of Aviv, what we call Nisan, which is during the Great Pesach. Okay. When the elders of Israel had come, the priests lifted the ark and carried up the ark, and everybody was sacrificing sheep and so on and so forth. So Solomon, the last paragraph, and all Israel with him, a great assemblage, observed the feast, that's to say Sukkot, at that time before the Lord our God, 7 days, and again 7 days, 14 in all. On the 8th day, he let the people go. So what we see here, and this repeats in the book of Chronicles, and also Hezekiah at the time of the further rededication and cleaning out the sanctify the house of God for 8 days. So you're kind of close here. That is to say, the model of this, the biblical model, is the initial dedication of the temple in the time of Solomon, and its precursor in the mythical time of the Exodus, and subsequently with Hezekiah, and in the case of Ezra, it talks about and during the festival of Sukkot. So, in which case you're right as well. So 8 days has nothing to do with any miraculous cruises of oil. It has to do with when you dedicate the sanctuary, you dedicate it for 8 days. That's how things are done, and that's following the biblical model. And that's clearly the reason why 8 days. We rededicate the temple in the same manner and with the same pomp and ceremony as the original dedication.
Why is both a dedication?
So now we'll get it. Great question. You're a great plant in the audience in that regard. Now we'll see in the so-called second book of Maccabees how Sukkot functions. The so-called second book of Maccabees is represented as an epitome of a longer history of the Maccabean Wars by a certain Jason of Cyrene, and it was clearly written in Greek, and it begins with a series of letters. Whether they are actually real or whether they are made up. They're probably made up. But again, in terms of Hellenistic historiography, you always wanted to include the text of the imperial decrees, the text of letters, and so on and so forth. So that's what. So this is how it begins. It begins with the first letter, a call to the Jews of Egypt to repent and to observe the festival of tabernacles in the month. Okay, so that's how they justify it. To our brothers, the Jews in Egypt, greetings. Your brothers, the Jews in Jerusalem and the land of Judah. So the first paragraph is the way you open a letter with a formulaic greeting. The substance that we're interested in is in the second paragraph. Okay. In the reign of Demetrius in the year 169, we Jews wrote to you in the affliction and in the distress which came upon us in the years from the time that Jason and his followers rebelled against the Holy Land and the kingdom and set fire to the temple gateway and shed innocent blood, we prayed to the Lord and God hearkened to us. Now, who is this Jason? That's in context, it's probably a rhetorical question because you probably don't know the answer. That is a Jason, but that's not this Jason, okay? Jason is a good Greek name, okay? And it's interesting when Jews have good Greek names in this period, okay, which many of them do. The dirty little secret here, which is that the Maccabean Wars begin actually as a civil war among the Jews. Sounds a little too timely, right? And it begins with a contestation in the temple in terms of sort of rival high priests or who gets to appoint the high priest, right? Who pays the most? It's again the traditional literature portrays this as a war between Hellenists and traditionalists. That's an oversimplification because the traditionalists were also Hellenists. It's just that it more extreme or less extreme Hellenism is what you're talking about. So it begins actually as a civil war among the Jews themselves, and then the entire kingdom get involved with this, and so this is a kind of a cautionary tale in that regard. And the ironic thing in all of this, we all the Maccabees are the heroes, and they're the steadfast Jews. If we were recasting this in terms of the cast of characters today, the Maccabees would look more like traditionalist religious Jews, and the Hellenists would look more like us. So there are lots of ironies here in the whole story. But let's read on a little bit when we get back to this. Okay. So at this time, this is a big compression here in this paragraph of what happened. But that's how it began. It begins as a conflict among the Jews themselves in Jerusalem. God hearkened to us. We brought animal sacrifices and fine flour, and we kindled the lamps and laid out the display bread. And now we ask you to celebrate the days of tabernacles in the month of Kislev. The days of tabernacles, that's to say, Sukkot, in the month of Kislev. That's how this is being depicted. This is the time for rededication. So you're right on target here. The second letter, which is clearly made up, lays this out with greater specification. The people in Jerusalem and in Judea and the council of elders and Judas to Aristobulus, tutor of King Ptolemy, in Egypt, and member of the stock of the anointed priests, and to the Jews in Egypt, greetings and wishes for health. Having been saved by God from great perils, we thank him greatly as befits men who war against the king, for God himself sent away those who made war in the holy city. Interestingly enough, okay, it now says about Antiochus, this is the fourth, who has just died actually at this time during a campaign in Persis in the east. This Antiochus was a famous temple raider. The temples in the ancient world were where you kept your treasuries, because they were sacred precincts and nobody was supposed to violate them. So that's where you kept all your money and all your gold and all your precious jewels, and that these were looked over. And And he died in the course of a raid on all the temples in the east. And what is depicted again as his attack on the temple in Jerusalem. He was there to raid the treasury because he just lost a war against Rome and he needed money. So they are, the miracle of the fact that he died during this temple raid. And then verse 18 down the bottom. Inasmuch as we are about to celebrate on the 25th of Kislev the purification of the temple, we thought we ought to let you know, so that you too might celebrate it as days of tabernacles, okay, and days of the fire, as when Nehemiah, the builder of the temple and the altar, brought sacrifices. The days of the fire, that is to say, kindling lights. Right? What is this fire about? Or we read on. When our forefathers were being carried off to Persia, the pious priest, that's Babylonian, the time of the first exile. The pious priests of that time secretly took some fire from the altar and hid it in a pit, which was like a dry well, and shut it up securely, so that the place remained unknown to all. Many years went by, and then, in God's own time, Nehemiah received his commission from the king of Persia and sent the descendants of the priest who had hidden the fire to recover it. Okay, so when they come back from the Babylonian exile with Ezra and Nehemiah, they're looking for the sacred fire that was on the altar. Okay, when they reported that they had found no fire but a viscous liquid. Okay, the fire that had dwindled to a viscous liquid. Nehemiah ordered them to draw it up and bring it to him after the sacrificial offerings had been placed upon the altar. Nehemiah ordered the priest to sprinkle the liquid over the firewood and over the offerings laid upon it. When they had done that, after a while, the sun, which had been covered by clouds, began to shine. And so a great fire blazed up, to the astonishment of all. What does that sound like? A miraculous fire, okay?
Like chemical combustion.
It sounds like chemical combustion, exactly right, because as we will see when we read on, what is this viscous liquid? It's naphtha, it's napht. It's an oil that is used for kindling, right? As the sacrifice was being consumed, the priest and the whole assemblage uttered a prayer, okay? We don't need to read the prayer, skipping to the bottom. When the sacrificial offerings had been consumed, Nehemiah ordered that they pour the remaining liquid to something onto large boulders. As soon as the command was carried out, a fire blazed up, and when the fire on the altar lit up in turn, the sacrifices were consumed. Okay, so that's how, as it were, they lit the fire in the temple, on the altar. The news of the phenomenon spread. It's a great miracle, right? The king of the Persians received the report that the liquid had been found in the place where the priests, being led into exile, had hidden the fire, and that by means of it, Nehemiah and his followers had burned the sacrificial offerings. After verifying the phenomenon, the king had the place fenced in and declared holy. The king took large sums of money and distributed to Nehemiah's followers. Nehemiah and his followers called the liquid nectar, which means purification. But it is commonly called naphtha. Okay? We know what naphtha is. It's a flammable oil, right? So what we have here again is an origin story of that deals with sort of miraculously kindling a light. And here, what this is, of course, is it's miraculous in that it's an interesting coincidence. But what we have here, of course, is a chemical substance that burns. Okay, That's how this is explained in this document. And that's why you should observe the festival with us, because after all, this is rather miraculous.
I don't know what forged.
Pardon me?
I don't know what forged.
Forged is fake, I would say, would be better than forged. What you have here is a literary construction. That is to say, but I mean, the whole text is a literary construction. And again, because of the convention in Hellenistic literature that's written Greek, of including official pronouncements and letters of this sort. So the author of this text creates his own. I mean, this is again, this is another urban legend, right? But they want this observance, which begins in Judea, in Jerusalem, to be observed, to be taken over by Jewish communities worldwide. And there is during this period a large Jewish community in Egypt, of course, in Alexandria. They want this to be as part again of the, if you will, of the glorification of the Hasmonean kingdom in Judea. They want the observances, their observances to be observed throughout the Jewish communities. And that's what this is.
Embellish the story. Embellish the story.
If they embellish the story, exactly.
What's the embellishment and what's true? Because I don't think you're saying that because this story is fake, that means the facts in the story are untrue.
Okay, what is true, okay, what is true is that Judah and his followers did indeed, reconquer the temple precincts in or around Kislev of this year, and that they did rededicate and clean up, and did proclaim, the 25th of Kislev and thereafter to be a feast of rededication. That's all true. That's historical fact. The rest is embellishment.
So that whole story about naphtha is just a really good sci-fi story.
Exactly. In the same way that the story about the Cruse of the little Cruse of oil that burned for 8 days. That too.
And whoever wrote it is really good.
Yeah, exactly. But again, this is we always recreate our pasts, right? We retell, we form our own stories that we love stories and we tell stories, and the stories are about who we are
But why
and
this-
how we became who we are.
Why this story at this time? Because it sounded to me like a really plausible sequence of events.
I think again, given that this is intended to be persuasive, that why should you observe this festival, which is essentially just a Hasmonean political, well, because there is something miraculous that happened here as well, or that it's given divine approbation, if you will, by the Cruse of oil or by the naphtha or what have you.
It's done so skillfully because
Yes.
it follows the rules of physics.
That's exactly right. So that's part of what how do you make a new tradition, right? How do you institute something that has a political understory? How do you make that acceptable to large groups of people on the one hand, and how do you how does the new become traditional, right? Right. So how do we institute the avot and the imahot in the Amidah, and over time that becomes tradition, right? But it starts out as something new. Like they say on the radio all the time to remind you that all classical music was once upon a time new, right? Same thing here. Yes.
During Torah study, on Saturday, we focused on, Jacob, sending all of his household across, and he remained.
Right.
And we looked at some of the commentary, and there was a suggestion that he went back for the last cruise of oil. And that there is somewhere a midrash that says the last cruise of oil that Jacob brought from moving to meet Esau, his brother, for the first time in many years. That somehow that cruise of oil was the cruise of oil that remained unbroken in the temple. Do you have any kind of?
This is characteristic of narrative embellishment and also of ritual embellishment. Okay, this is like ritual 101.
No, I got it.
In the following way, okay, so that embellishment depends on the Talmudic narrative, which of course talks about which invents this cruise of oil, right? But what that comment is about, what you see throughout, is a way of reaching even further back into the origin stories, if you will, and grounding things in an even earlier period. And also saying that, again, if you will, in terms of divine providence, that's what we see, in the little things, we see pieces of divine providence. I mean, the stories of the patriarchs, and even probably the story of the Exodus, these are mythological stories. I mean, the archaeological evidence suggests that none of this ever happened. That essentially, I mean, so who were the Judeans? These were native Canaanites who differentiated themselves. I mean, there is no archaeological evidence in the conquest. There's no, and so on and so forth. But so these are all origin stories, right? So that's why, when you historians who want to, so what actually is, the historical origin of Israel? It's far more murky than these mythological stories that we have in the Tanakh. I mean, there was a kingdom of Israel. There was a kingdom of Judah. There's no question about that. But how and when they originated and so on and so forth is not clear. It's not clear. Which and again, let me just say this, since there's a lot of deconstruction that's going on. Okay, that doesn't mean necessarily that if it didn't really happen, then all this stuff is worthless. It's not worthless. It's not worthless. What we have here are the stories that people tell themselves, and how you create, if you will, an origin story for a people that needs to have a certain amount of self-knowledge about itself, and the stories, of course, are valuable, but we simply need to distinguish, as it were, between fact and fiction. It doesn't mean that the fiction is worthless; it just means that it has a different word. Okay, so there's debunking and there's debunking. This happens all the time in the first year classes in Hebrew Bible and HEC. It's like, oh, we're pulling the rug out. But where that be? But the idea is, okay, how then you take that and build on it? And it doesn't mean that you're left high and dry. It just means that the process of reconstituting is a little bit more complicated. Okay? So this is That's why I said this gets into quote unquote dangerous territory, but it needn't be dangerous. Yeah, sure. Okay,
Let's go with Jeff.
Oh, okay,
Because he did.
Okay,
go ahead.
I was thinking,
Mm-hmm.
if what Fran said was, by some chance, an actual story, how could it have happened? Alright, so then I was thinking, if it had happened at Temple, it would have been the cruse of oil that was next to the old menorah that we have in the display case in the central hall of this building. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And it wouldn't have been part of the stock that was used. It would have been something that stays there generation after generation. And when they came in and the normal oil had been destroyed, they said, hey, let's look at the display case. There's an old menorah and there's an old vial for oil, and maybe there's a bit of oil left. And maybe the whole thing had been sealed and it was full. All I'm saying is, as Sherlock Holmes said, after you get done with all the improbabilities of the story, whatever's left that hasn't been disproved just might be true.
Okay,
I'm not saying it's not
No.
implausible.
right.
I'm not saying the story is real. I'm saying
Right.
there's a plausible path.
Verisimilitude, right, verisimilitude. I mean, the phenomenon that Fran is talking about is very well known in religious traditions in terms of ways in which these things are elaborated. And again, this is also how rabbinic biblical interpretation works, that is to say, in terms of, and it's also paradigmatic in the sense that the biblical stories, the stories of Genesis, are taken by the rabbis as paradigmatic for the subsequent history of Israel, connecting the two. And this is another example. And that cruse of oil goes back to, even then, right?
Okay, I have two questions. One is, when the Hasmoneans took over the priesthood, doesn't the priesthood have to be the tribe of the priest, the Kohanim?
Well, yeah, I mean, the stock of Zadok the priest.
So when
And they were not Zadok priests.
So when they took it over, were the replacements also the tribe of the priests?
So interestingly enough, this was another point of controversy during this period. And that's why there were some priests pissed off at the Hasmoneans, pulled away and went off to Qumran. These are people who reject the Hasmonean priesthood, the high priesthood.
Oh,
Yes, I mean, the controversies didn't end then. And again, the ironic thing, in terms of the way in which this is depicted as, a war against Hellenism and so on and so forth, the fact that the Hasmoneans became effectively Hellenistic kings and rulers. They minted coins, they called themselves, Basileus king, and so, I mean, this is Hellenistic, this is the world they lived in, exactly right. And yes, I mean, it doesn't end here, right? I mean, there were controversies that were carried over far into the period afterwards. There were priests who said, no way, you guys are not proper, you're priests, of course, but not priests of the right lineage to be high priests, right? Yeah.
okay, my second question has to do with modern times. When the ultra-Orthodox go on the Temple Mount to try to pray, and they often go to the Al-Aqsa Mosque, I think. Now, is it true that the Al-Aqsa Mosque is the location of the Holy of Holies?
No,
It's not.
no. First of all, nobody knows where the exactly where they're located, where it is. But remember that there are two religious, Islamic religious structures on the Temple Mount. The Al-Aqsa Mosque is a mosque, and what is called the Dome of the Rock is actually it's really a commemorative structure. The rock is which was known, back then. That's the rock that Scripture associates with. That's the rock on which Isaac was sacrificed.
Ultra-Orthodox are always trying to pray, maybe in the mosque, aren't they? In the
I don't think so. No, I don't, not to my, they're not allowed in.
They're not supposed to.
No.
According to the agreement. Yeah.
Right.
Anyway, I thought that you were talking.
Yeah,
Historical terms about the holy of holies.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, I mean, the precise location is not entirely clear. And again, what we're talking about really is not Solomon's temple, we're talking about Herod's temple, because that's the one that was destroyed by the Romans in 70. So this was a rebuilding, actually, by Herod in the around the turn of the era of the earlier second temple that was there. They created this monumental structure. So, for example, the Western Wall, the so-called Wailing Wall, that is a portion of the western wall of the outer courtyard, right? And
That was the foundation wall upon which the temple.
well, there's the platform, the platform would have been above that, but it's the courtyard was above that, right, but exactly where that sanctuary stood, I think is not completely clear.
I'm interested in the story where they're trying to convince the Jews of Alexandria to start celebrating.
Right.
When did the Jews get back to Egypt? And how did they get back to Egypt?
Oh, sure.
Because I imagine Egypt, based on their history, or the history of the biblical story, wouldn't have been welcomed Hebrews at that point.
Right. So I'd say, the factual basis upon which the story of the Exodus and the Egyptian, there was a period during the period of the Israelite monarchy, in which, again, the imperial powers, Egypt from the south and what present day Iraq, Syria from the north and the west were contesting. And there was a period in which there was Egyptian hegemony over the coastline. And consequently, so the ambivalent relationship towards Egypt, which is reflected in the Torah stories, is certainly part of that. Interestingly enough, there is a colony of Jewish mercenaries in Egypt on the island of Elephantine or Yeb, during the period actually of Ezra and Nehemiah. Period of the Judean return, because we have some of the period they wrote. They had their own temple, and there were, Jewish presences in Egypt from way back then. The city of Alexandria, the Nile Delta, was founded. Was named after Alexander, of course, and it was a Hellenistic city, and. The fact is that that Jews spread out throughout the Mediterranean basin before the destruction of the temple, whether for economic purposes or merchants who were traveling and settled where they, in the same way that later on you have Jews who settle in China, you have Jews who settle in Egypt, You know, these are Persian Jews who are working the Silk Road and so on. So the same sort of things. You had Jews who settled in Rome. So it's wrong to think of you know, all the Jews as having been concentrated in Judea before the Rome. I mean, in addition to which you have this large Babylonian Jewish community that exists certainly from the time of the Babylonian exile. Not everybody came back to Judea. The community was continuous. The city of Alexandria becomes very important in Egypt for commercial reasons, for cultural reasons. A lot of Jews settled there. There was a large Jewish population in Alexandria. And there is a large Greco or Hellenistic, there's a Hellenistic Jewish literature that derives from Alexandria that has been preserved, some of it in fragmentary form, some of it more. The first Greek translation of the Torah, Septuagint, was written for Alexandrian Jews. So yeah, it's an old Jewish community.
I have a two-part question. The first part is just a memory that Rabbi Sofian reviewed the first book of Maccabees in an adult education program.
I'm sure.
And he made the point that the reason why the Maccabees was not included by the rabbis, the books of Maccabees was not included, because they were afraid that the message that civil war and or revolt is a good thing would not go down well with the ruling class of that time. With the Romans and whatnot.
Okay, so again, the piece that we have is from Babylonian. Okay, so we're not talking about Romans, we're talking about, but let's, and people have remarked on this, that is to say, that instead of, if you will, glorifying the military victories of the Maccabees, which of course is the Israeli take on it, right? Glorify our military heroes. That the rabbis wanted again to give the victory to God, as they did. Say, well, this is really, what we're really observing here is less a military victory or a political victory than a religious victory. The rededication of the temple and the miracle of the cruse of oil, it was, praise to God rather than praise the Maccabees, right? And that does seem to be the case. And it is certainly the case that following the failed second revolt against Rome at the time of Hadrian, which actually in some respects had far more drastic consequences for the Judean population than the first revolt against Rome, where everybody talks about it, because the Jews were banished from Jerusalem and its environs, and the Temple Mount was consecrated as, Jerusalem became known as Aelia Capitolina, the capital of Hadrian, and an altar set up there, and so on and so forth. And this is when the Judean population starts moving further north, which is why the centers of rabbinic activity are listed as Yavne, which is on the coast, and later on Beit Sharim, which is slightly south of Haifa, and then in Tiberias, the Lower Galilee. So it's not like the Jews were banished from the land of Israel. They were banished from Judea. And that was not in 70, that was in 135. So it is certainly clear that the rabbis tend to want to damn active messianism that leads to armed rebellion, that leads to the slaughter of Jews. So yeah, in that respect, that tends to fit with what we see with them.
So you made a comment before, some of us went down a different path with our questions, and that is, how do you incorporate a new celebration?
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting because if you look carefully at the story of Passover, it really seems to be two celebrations.
Mm-hmm.
The Feast of Unleavened Bread
Mhm.
and the
And the Passover sacrifice.
Passover.
Passover is the name of the sacrifice, it's not the name.
And you can also see this in Christianity where, where did Sinterklaas come from? I mean, it has nothing to do
Right.
necessarily with the celebration.
Right.
So if you look throughout the centuries, every new celebration succeeds because it incorporates parts
Correct.
of former celebrations. And so-
Exactly. I mean, what you see in many of the European elaborations of Christian holidays are the incorporation of indigenous European rituals and
Like the
activities.
Christmas tree.
Like the Christmas tree, exactly. Like the Yule log, and so on and so forth. And actually, there's an aspect of that that pertains to Hanukkah, okay? So the major ritual of Hanukkah, in fact, the whole ritual of Hanukkah is, of course, what we've been talking about, namely what?
Lighting candles.
Lighting lights, okay? Right, exactly. And what time of the year is this?
Yeah, see, in my newsletter article that just came out, it's no mistake that every major religion has a celebration of lights
You got
around the winter solstice.
Exactly. It's very clear, so that, yes, on the one hand, there is an actual historical event that is being commemorated at that time. But the fact that the ritual commemoration of that event is about lighting lights. Well, as you say, all over the world, in many different cultures, people are lighting lights at the time of the winter solstice as an act essentially of sympathetic magic to encourage the sun during the shortest days of the year to come out longer, or if you will, marking ritually that natural transition that occurs, adding, as it were, to the power of light. So yeah, there's no question about that. I mean, the Yule log in Western Christianity, that's a kindling of lights, and so on and so on and so on and so on. So the fact that these more primal ritual act. I don't like the term ritual at a certain level because what we're really talking about is magic. That is to say, these are activities that are designed to do something in the world. It's not something that they're instrumental. They add to the power of order, and so on and so forth. And it's about human agency at a time when we need human agency, right? Don't just stand there and do something, right? So that's what these activities are. And whatever conceptual label we put on. I mean, and we're hardwired to do that sort of thing as human animals. We don't like chaos. And we don't like to feel out of control. So this is a way of, when one wants to talk psychologically and anthropologically, this is a way of, at least in our own minds, gaining control of the situation. And yeah, I mean, and again, if you look at all of the holidays on the Jewish calendar, the three major festivals are agricultural holidays. And then they come to be overladen with mythic narratives. But you know, Pesach, getting rid of leaven, that's spring cleaning, right? Seriously, because the new grain is not leaven, so you're clearing out all the old stuff so that you can start afresh. And Shavuot is, 50 days later on Farmer's Almanac, right? And that's the time of the harvesting of the wheat. And Sukkot is the time of the harvesting of the summer crops, such as they are in the land of Egypt, as well as the beginning of the rainy season. Which is why Sukkot also has, and these are the things that were cut out of the Reform ritual, all of these rain-making rituals, like processions around the altar, lulav and etro, saying Hoshana, 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 save us, save us, save us. It's all about rain. Again, these come to be overladen with mythical stories about people and so on, so but they're at base, they're agricultural holidays. And so we're dealing with our position in the cosmos and in the natural world, and lighting lights, at the darkest time of the year is a statement that it's going to get lighter again. And we're going to help make that the case, right? So yeah, that is also true.
Finished your story?
Hmm?
Have you finished your?
I was just going to say, in terms of the text here, just wanted to point out that at the bottom of on 156, where the second paragraph, we're also told that Solomon in his wisdom offered a sacrifice in honor of the dedication and completion of the temple. And just as Moses prayed to God and fire came down from heaven and devoured the sacrifices, so Solomon prayed and fire came down and consumed the burnt offerings. So too Solomon celebrated the 8 days. That's the point. In other words, this does link up the 8 days with Moses and Solomon and Nehemiah and as we said, we write to you inasmuch as we were about to celebrate the purification, please celebrate these days. That's the point. That's the point. And the other piece about linking up with Sukkot, you look at the last page that I gave you. This is also from Second Book of Maccabees. After purifying the temple, they made another altar. Using fire they got by igniting stones, like Boy Scouts today. For the first time in 2 years, they offered sacrifices and incense and installed the lights and set out the showbread. They prostrated themselves and around the same time the temple was profaned by foreigners, occurred the purification of the temple on the 25th of the 9th month, that is Kislev. Joyfully, they held an 8-day celebration after the pattern of Sukkot, of tabernacles. Remembering how a short time before they spent the actual festival of Sukkot, like wild beasts in the mountains and in the caves, therefore holding wreathed wands and branches bearing ripe fruit and palm fronds, lulav and etro, right? They offer songs of praise to him who had victoriously brought about the purification of this place. By vote of the Commonwealth, they decree a rule for the entire nation of the Jews to observe these days. And there you are again, in terms of the foundation story for what we do, associating it this time with Sukkot. And indeed, to this very day, the liturgy of Hanukkah is similar to the liturgy of Sukkot, which is to say, just as on Sukkot in the synagogue we recite Hallel for all 8 days, so too on Hanukkah. Just as in the synagogue there are Torah readings for each of the 8 days of Hanukkah, of Sukkot. There are also Torah readings for each day of Hanukkah. Who established those? The rabbis. Because this is all rabbinic custom. So that, there's a very self-conscious modeling of rabbinic liturgy for Hanukkah on, at least structurally, on rabbinic liturgy.
Why are you allowed to work like that?
Because it is not a biblically ordained holiday when it says no work shall be done. You're also allowed to work, by the way, during the intermediate days of Sukkot and also Pesach, right? And that again is according to the interpretation of the rules of Leviticus and Numbers. And also recognition that if you actually stop work for 8 days, that's not gonna be very good.
Any other questions?
Any other questions?
Thank you.
We're good. So, Hanukkah Sameach. This, again, hopefully this adds to your appreciation of the holiday and also Jewish liturgical and ritual creativity over the centuries. And doesn't diminish the joy that we have.
I'm sure you'll get it. Maybe the mom have a.
Right.
How are you?
Okay, how are you?
Very good.
My last conversation with my mom on the subject. I'm too old with my memory that. I probably was just. I just told you. But I did right exactly. Discussion at the end.
Yeah.
Where Cheryl's take on that, what? Cheryl's take on this was, if you come today, I don't want to have anything to do with it. Absolutely. That's my. My family, but I think my family, and they do exactly that.
Well, in the city of Toledo,
There's an element of truth. But it's not a story.
modesty and
Hygiene, parents are hygiene. It doesn't matter, I support. But.
Get my coat and your rest too.
brother,
We better look into, we better look into Alzheimer's alternatives. What, you know?
That's a fair question.
Both died untreated as a young. I said,
have a good weekend next week.
let's get her taken.
If it only is modest, huh?
No, graduate. Graduate, yeah.
She started taking.
Oh, my God.
And Cheryl finally, whenever she finally did it, they verified that she has the same condition as both the parents had. She is low in iron. And my hope is that her memory and her balance and energy and her everything can be restored. Because in my experience, people don't die from COVID. They die from an imbalance. Well, yes, but that's a philosophical thing. That's not what kills you. But what they die from is some failure of some system in their body or not having adequate vitamins or minerals or whatever.
Well, you should get checked out by the doctor.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm not cavalierly putting my opinion on that.
I'm just saying, we don't just start putting that.
I'm just getting upset at my siblings for talking about Alzheimer's disease instead of getting her checked out and seeing what we can do to get her. Nice. And I wanted them to come here and be like, given a blessing on the demon and see all their friends.
Anybody got anything to add to this?
She's not with the whole support community, so how does she expect to retain from a memory? Nobody with the common experience to read that stuff.
If she wants to come today and do a special Onega stuff, that would be great. If that's too much for her, I hope we'll get together and celebrate with her where she is.
Absolutely, I'm not rejecting what she said, I'm adapting.
So he was saying he was concerned that when he talked to his sisters about doing something, their response was, we'll show up, but we don't want to do it. So we don't want to have no responsibility.
Yeah, the whole thing kind of fits together. And I do what they want. I just.
Take care of
what I thought was
see you next week. How about Barry? Are you willing to do anything?
Weather being good?
Sort of
Doesn't look
on
like
board with
there's any
Cheryl
snow
and trying to
forecast.
think of Alzheimer's disease.
So
Let
long
my
as-
phone fade
so long
away.
as
Lois is driving.
He didn't really speak that much. Oh, no, they'll do something. He doesn't have a position except he's the manager of family activities. You know?
Hope to see her at some point.
Anyway, I'm heading over to,
Nice to see you.
good to see you again. Heading over to the St. Vincent's,
That is.
whatever they call it, the center where they do all the cooking and all the laundry and stuff.
What do you do?
Oh, Sue. You know where Cindy's used to do. Not actually. Right.
Oh, it's not.
No, it's,
Where is it? Oh, that's downtown.
it was St. Vincent, yeah, it's on, well, yeah, so this is behind, well, actually, I mean, not the
Is it
shelter.
where you put the donation?
Right, it's not at the shelter on Apple Street, it's over on Edwin Street.
Yeah,
Moses,
yeah,
behind, yeah,
Moses.
yeah. Back there.
Yeah, that's just where you take on donations.
Okay, yeah, so it's probably the same place, yeah.
The big building. It used to be. What was it? It used to be chocolate city.
Oh,
Which one?
Building.
More or less, I mean, there were years when I didn't.
Montgomery County, local building.
no, actually, it's not.
The one that has that ramp in front?
It's not the building that's up front, it's actually back behind.
Oh,
So you know,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's not right on the street.
right, it's like back.
Yes.
You have to go back.
Yeah.
Anyway. So that's where I'm heading. Do 2 hours of volunteer work. Temple does once a month there.
Okay.
Depends, I've been there before. Really? Dropping up carrots. Or sorting.
Yeah.
vegetables and stuff.
I know, we have several.
I know, sometimes they have them.
Oh, really?
It doesn't matter. I just need help. I can't. I'm not strong enough.
Thank you, in regards to you and your family.
I know something happened to it and I don't understand what. Yeah, it was smashed.
So I don't think.
Is that near downtown or near?
It just barely worked.
Yeah.
I just wanted to let you know that I wouldn't.
No, it's been done, it's been like that for, at least a month, so I don't know what happened. Okay, sunshine.
People can stop here.
Let's get you up.
If you wanted to volunteer, Amy Margola was wonderful. She was a fellow. So if you contact Amy Margola, she was looking for more people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Presidential.
I had a feeling that.
Can you get yourself in there, sit back a little bit for me?
I'm not involved anymore. because I.
Good job, Gary.
Don't need to go anywhere.
They can't fly.
Yeah.
Of course not, of course not.
So they have another airport nearby, outside the zone,
Yeah,
but they fly the airport.
oh, I'm sure.
That I'm not. That's all.
He's home.
I have that problem.
Well, like, yeah, good example, I like to go for that.
Yeah, Brian.
Oh,
I thought this.
Well, I know that the legislative committee takes-
yeah, that's.
Being
Yeah.
nice, have that.
I actually, Kelly,
Oh, they're meeting in the order.
shutting.
Yes, I saw you there, but I typically you come from.
I'll be there in a little bit. I gotta go. to the
That's what happened when you. On various phases and things. Well, at that meeting.
I wanted to ask where Sarah was, but I was busy asking him to turn my phone. And he showed me a simple way to do it. It's been very, I go into settings. and dig around. Don't. And it's-
Well, it's good.
They.
All right, well, I need to get going, so I'm not late for my shift. Where to go?
It's not a bad idea.
They want to spit it off.
There should be a possibility.
There should be. I absolutely right. Absolutely.
The question is, they're gonna try to create an institution separate.
Well, you know, the money's on either coast. It's not, it is, the archives.
You know, it's not that there isn't.
Well, you know, and there's.
But they
But
feel
I
they can
compare
dispense.
what we got, yeah.
seems vaguely tragic.
I think it is more than big.
Yes.
Well, the thing is,
It's,
odd. I mean, they could have said, okay, we're closing the big expensive branches, we're gonna move everything here. Because the big expensive branches have been fighting among themselves of why they shouldn't have been excluded. As opposed to keeping the big expensive campuses open.
Pardon me. A lot of folks who were raised in the East want to stay in the West.
People in the West.
Who's pushing something aside from you?
They don't understand flyover country is a big area.
And then there's something here.
There's a great deal
Yeah,
to
I mean,
offer.
the library and the archives cost them about each year, it's about 6%.
Yeah, it's nothing.
And they would love to lose.
Really, they would deconstruct the entire Cincinnati campus.
I would just say they would love to lose that off the watch what they actually do.
Cincinnati ought to think about ways to become self.
I have that huge endowment sitting at the Jewish community. Make posts.
When they close the hospital.
I know.
We can make up holidays anytime. We just say.
We do that.
In my lifetime, I know.
Right.
We've done that in my life. Just remember,
Oh, yeah.
you know, all the holidays are keep adding.
What?
Right, exactly.
Well, we're not-
Right.
that hasn't happened.
It's all about commerce, right?
Absolutely.
And this is all about political commerce.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
But that has money in mind.
The world comes down to that.
I'll say that
Yeah.
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 As a model for the dynamic of what's.
Well, absolutely, absolutely. Oh, yeah, how so, how so?
It's a sort of the same emergence of sort of control of holiness. The idea is not fully formed.
Yeah.
Which challenges the perception of the anti-Jew, anti-Israel forces that they're in charge of rightness, righteousness, you know? And the more we assert our okayness, whatever you call it, the more they want it in order to be like, they're the ones. I don't know. vision,
What is true, again, what is certainly parallel to this is that, June fifth, which is the anniversary of the beginning of 6th that's something that is very Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, and, that's, they do that on. But, again, in terms of marking things, very victories, so and so forth. Yeah.
I remember as a child, because I'm old.
Yeah, like we're.
No, you're not. Yeah, my children's there. And it was nothing. Oh, I haven't retired.
But it was, it was.
We lit the candles, my grandmother, probably, yeah, right, very light.
Right.
The more we moved, and I lived in Brooklyn,
Mm-hmm.
the more we Jews moved out into the community.
Yeah. The bigger it becomes.
Christmas,
The Jewish Christmas.
Hanukkah became bigger and bigger.
That's correct.
What we never had was a punch bowl. Well, I knew Jews did. My family never did. But it was sort of a competition. So your children felt that they had something
That's exactly right.
good in common.
That's exactly
Because-
right. And that's very American.
Exactly. It's not anywhere else.
Reform ritual and relation of certain respectable Christian sects. I know that was a bad.
Yes.
Satan.
Yes, no, I mean, in America.
No, I figured.
Right.
And this is just evolved. They got bigger.
Exactly right, exactly.
And the children now, that's the point.
Right.
I go visit my children and we celebrate Hanukkah whenever we can celebrate it. And they have, my son has to go, we finish lighting the candles and the dogs are ready for the presents.
Yeah, exactly. Right. No, I mean, we at a certain point with our kids, we just said, you know what? We're not doing it. It's simply becoming too complex. So
Well, we.
we're not doing it.
Menorahs, I want socks,
Mhm.
toothbrushes.
Mhm.
This year is my crowning achievement. I got 2 terabyte, memory sticks. I figured it was small, they were less than $5.
Right,
And but they're significant enough that it'll make a difference to have
right.
all the memory you need on your PC.
Thank you so much. It's good seeing you again. My mom's okay? Yeah. If I should head on home, go out and walk the park range tomorrow.
This is supposed to rain.
I don't know, weather alert, but I thought it just was falling.
Yeah.
I thought that you brought back one of the great traditions of Temple Israel today.
Which is.
There were 4 wise friends, you guys are friendly, sort of having over the last 50 years a lot of Jewish education because of all the
Sure.
amazing speakers from
Sure.
HUC.
Sure.
Right here. So they're sophisticated, a lot of them scientists and stuff like that too. They're sophisticated figures.
Mhm.
And they always, at some level, not intending to challenge the speaker, but intending to get beneath the surface,
Yes.
to the crux of the ideas.
Yes.
And it doesn't even often happen these days. You get a guy talking about jokes and you get a guy telling you about the history of the Israeli Arabs. But this is the old tradition of
Absolutely.
scholarship. This is the first moment that I have ever experienced what I would call holiness that we had at Temple Israel on Salem and Emerson in this building.
Wow.
Was when you evoked that
Yeah.
dynamic.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. These very really good observations and questions.
I don't know that they would have come up had you not set out a table with a feast with something worth.
Sure, exactly. Thank you. Yeah, right, I think you're right.
So what I wanted to talk to you about is to find out how you're doing and what you're up to, just at the very,
Okay.
you know, like, what are you studying? How is your family?
Our family is great. 8 month plus, 8 month plus month-old granddaughter.
That's
We're
wonderful.
going to visit next week
Where?
in East Flatbush.
That's your
This is
daughter?
This is our younger son, Michael.
Uh-huh.
This wife is us. Our oldest son, young son. Actually, it was the day after, they're 36 and 39.
Okay, yeah. I was 50 something before I had my first kid. He's 15
I was
now.
35 when I got married, and our oldest was born when I was.
I'm still looking at getting married. My kid is looking for a friend and I'll be ready. So I'm still looking for the woman of my dreams. I probably like narrowly missed a few along the
That'll
way.
be interesting. I watched that, spectrum, I always, it's the same way. In some respects, it's dangerous to think that way. Because you set yourself up.
No, I still have
In
some
a certain
hope.
level. No. What I mean by that is to idealize.
Yeah, I understand.
You know, if you know, so, I mean, our oldest son called me one day. Dad, he's right, we're kind of, you know,
Just within a reasonable length of time before you got engaged.
well, this was actually for the previous, yeah, he's, or, and, how, sort of, waiting for, the distant, right? And I said,
Really the light hits her.
I said,
dress changes.
sometimes things take you by surprise. You're not looking for them, or when you didn't think you're gonna find them there. And, they're raised. I mean, I waited. Anyway, for 2.5 years.
Well, I certainly think,
Sure.
And you know, we're not paying him extra for this.
Sir.
no,
We're not paying him
my
extra.
own pocket for this.
But yeah, so actually our son got married literally the day.
Say that again?
Our son got married literally the day after the Hamas massacre. That happened on here Saturday morning.
You talk about
Yeah.
cultural magic, that's obviously a symbol that Jewish life will go on.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And that's how we talk about it. And that's how we act on it. We have, my wife has a cousin in DC, in journalism. He was correspondent. It's really years. And then was,
This is who again?
cousin of my wife's.
Oh.
And he was the CBS radio news bureau chief in Washington, D.C. So it remains that he was junkie in retirement. He called us up that Saturday morning, said, "Do you know what just happened?" I said, "Are you gonna go through with the wedding now?" Because he was gonna fly in, right? So, yeah, no, from Washington. But his wife is Israeli and also a journalist. And didn't, she just But, yeah, so. He and his bride in California. They'll move.
We're not playing with the microphone.
What's he do? He works sales in innovation and design.
Is he a musician or an engineer or?
He is, but what I mean, he works for a company that's, his work is entirely online, actually, he works for a company based in Australia. That has a proprietary, online platform software for matching, metadata of research stuff that's used by musicians, it's used by motion picture companies,
But it's
television companies.
It's out in the market.
Yeah.
What's it called? Is it hugely expensive to?
I have no
Oh,
idea. I have no idea.
I could use something to organize my music. I have 12 crates of records.
Oh, no, this is for, this is for, music creators. Composers. Primarily.
I'll give you my,
But I think it's mostly for.
That's all right. I
Work
actually,
in linguistics, and he also.
but what about you and your scholarship and like that?
Okay, so what I'm working on these days, in terms of my own, yeah, I'm still teaching. We have students in the course, it's about the next 2 years. People who are finishing up their course. They didn't allow
You
it.
didn't always have students, in addition to the rabbinical students?
Yeah, we graduate students. Yeah, we still have
Yeah,
graduate
that's
students.
still 90% non-Jews.
But, but we haven't, we're allowed to do it any talk. Sure. So the students who are currently in the program
Is this gonna be?
are being supported through the fictional programs. So the last student in the graduate school will be taking courses, taking a couple more year coursework. That's comprehensive exams. So I mean, their dissertation students don't need to, thank you.
I was gonna mail that, but I just signed it to do that.
Sounds good, thank you very much. So dissertation students don't have to do the rest of us, so, and indeed they have to support themselves, so they're all over the place. And they will take a lot longer, their shot.
And since they're not there, they're not that huge expense.
And,
Most of them on scholarship though?
well, we haven't been, well, all of our graduate students are funded for the first 4 years of their program. We haven't been able to fund that routinely, it's fine. But now that we're not admitting anymore, we have some funds that we can apply. And we have, so we've got about 12 students.
Is it a
four of whom,
dynamic class?
some of them are, and some of them aren't, depends.
Okay.
4 of them will be ordained this year. 3 of them will be ordained next year, and 4 or 5, and 6 of them will be ordained the following year. I don't know, I mean, there will be ordainations in Cincinnati this year. Whether next year or the year following that, there will be ordainations in Cincinnati, I have no idea. I don't know.
That seemed like it'd be a nice thing to hear.
I would think so.
3 years,
I mean, I would think so, but they seem to want to, couple expenses. Monetize their
Political,
assets.
yeah, sounds very political to me. So are you expecting a wave of retirements?
Well, there will be.
I don't know if you're still there.
So of the 6 of us who are senior faculty, 4 of us are retirement age, 2 already have retirement schedules, the other 2 of us don't. And there are two family members who are not.
Who are these people?
I don't. So, I'm Referencer, Jason Calvin, I'm not referencing.
And
And Jason Calvin are not of retirement age yet.
What is he?
Jason Calvin teaches, biblical interpretation. History of biblical interpretation.
You're not the primary Bible person?
I'm not a Bible person at all, I'm a Rabbinic person.
Oh, he described you as being not a Bible person. Or you?
I'm a Rabbinic person.
Okay, does that include the, I forget what
That
they call
includes
it?
Midrash, it's biblical interpretation.
I remember they used to have a
homiletics.
huge emphasis. That's why they turned out such good rabbis in the classical era.
Right, I mean, I don't teach homiletics, but yeah, exactly.
You were describing.
So Chaim Referencer works in Jewish thought and philosophy.
So it's the other one that was.
Right.
The
other one person.
My God.
And then the other, Gary Zola and
Know Gary very well. He was in charge of the place when they turned me down.
okay. Gary.
Don't take my food.
Oh, no, just a clean glasses.
You know if there's a CSO class today? I have no idea. Didn't even know there was a.
Yeah, and every week.
How are you?
Doing good.
What happened in Washington?
Oh, yeah, I was at that. What was always the, what do you think? Distance surgery.
So, Gary has a small business. Gary has three more things.
Is he teaching?
Well, that's, sabbatical, so it's not technical.
Was he talking? My basic grounding at HUC was a class at Dr. Marcus's house. And where I learned all about original sources.
Right.
And then, Jonathan Sarn.
Oh.
I had those two as a foundation for American. I was trying to remember when. He actually was in.
I don't know why, what's up?
Oh, really?
My grandfather had many more college age buddies than I did.
Do what now?
Elias Torp.
Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah.
He used to
Yeah, I'll
go
call
down
him
to the
tomorrow.
hill all the time and.
Yeah,
schmooze with kids.
matter of fact, I'll call him as soon as I get out and see what time she want me there. I'll probably get out to like 4. I just.
Yes, my.
Okay. Well, let me go, baby. I'm trying to clean up.
Was the.
I'll call me around 5, and I'm gonna call her in a minute and see what time she want me to be there.
At HUC, Roz.
All right, my bad.
She's one of my connections when I was running the company. One guy always wanted me to do the blue crowds for him, 'cause that's how he always did it.
Right.
And
That'd have been nice and shy.
I just to come in and prove that I didn't exist.
Right, okay. But actually, my wife, Anne.
What's her?
Yeah, her mother, Florence. There's some sort of relationship there.
I'd like to know, I've been collecting relatives on the internet.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. Who was married to Florence, but I know Anne is.
Obviously. You can connect any two.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah.
The bells of some great house.
I think that his mother's aunts, like one of Aunt Addison's, slapped me out.
We married her for?
Yeah. Minute of her death, one of Addie's great uncles. Married Faust. So later, this
That Boston?
well.
So it's two different people, one
Two
married a
different
Faust,
people,
one married a
a
Faust.
Faust, one married a Faust.
I'm pretty sure my mom knew Faust.
Yeah. Thing. Great. Or I'll ask him, but you want one too?
No water, thanks.
I might, thanks.
I might
Yeah,
grab a
but-
tiny bit of
but,
coffee. Yeah.
Oh. I remember that.
We know each other pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah. You used to come in and give me coffee.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm sure I did. Okay, yeah.
And my mom is Henrietta Torf. She's the daughter of Edith and Elias Torf.
Okay, yeah,
Of the Torf clan.
yeah, exactly.
Ben, his grandpa's brother, had a pharmacy on the same street as Jewish Hospital, at Burnett. And my grandfather, well, my grandparents had a little clock and watch repair shop on Reading Road, right where everybody in that whole area got retired the same week.
Right, okay, yeah, oh, sure, of course, yeah, sure, it was Torf. But I'll double check.
I'll be
double
delighted
check.
to find that out.
Give me your email address.
It's Jeffrey S. Lubo at gmail.com. It's
Jeffrey S. Lubo is one word.
Jeffrey.
Yeah.
S as in Sam.
Yeah.
LUBOW at gmail.com.
Yeah, I'll ask her when I get home and confirm it, but I think it's a great honor. Yeah, so I mean, there are all these, again, if you, I mean, you know, marrying into Cincinnati, so, because I'm out of Cincinnati.
Where?
Detroit. But marrying into Cincinnati, I found that's probably half the people in the Jewish community a while.
Yeah, and half the people in Dayton
Yeah,
are from.
exactly.
they're from-
Well, and actually Annie's mother had spent part of her time going on. So
What was their name?
Ernest. Oh, excuse me, Shapiro.
Hey, I know Shapiro.
Shapiro is the name that they changed it to. I guess it was, Schwedel.
What does that mean?
Schwedel?
Can you tell us?
Probably not, so I have to.
Can you spell it for me?
Probably SCH.
D.
SCH. W.
Wait.
E, I don't know, E-L.
Okay.
But they changed it to Shapiro when they came over.
Name was changed.
So the bomb is probably short for Boston or something like that.
No, there were 6 families that owned Poland.
Oh, okay.
One of them was the Liberators.
Oh, there we go.
They were princes,
Okay.
generals. They
Right.
were first on their land for that period. They were literate. He did something for him and had a relationship. Lubomir,
Right.
a
As belonging to the
oldest
Lubomir, right.
middle-aged son.
Right. Right.
To America to live over 25 years.
Usual.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, no, that makes sense.
So what are you,
So what I'm up to today is these days. I'm involved in some editorial work. Writing work on a couple of it's called Prayer of Ancient.
Prayer to the ancient world?
Yeah.
So you know, you knew, Friedland?
Sure, very well.
Yeah.
You were part of that in college. Oh, yeah. Well,
That sounds great.
Yeah.
I've done a bunch of research on, the idea or the phrase, food or wrong, and how it goes really with prayers and how it goes with Talmud. And
It's currently very hot.
yeah,
It's
like I had no idea, so I didn't know where I came from.
Right. Yeah, and I'm working on how to.
Yeah.
Well, it's well, interesting stuff. Somebody asked me. The use of. You know, when the chiropractor stuff is wording some errors. It's just different. It's very Babylonian.
Same thing with the they found it in the Ganesha in a different form, right? They were within an eye. And it's supposed to be very different.
So, there's been. It's translated in English. But some things.
Yeah. I mean, it's like a radical majority of people that are in South.
That's also true.
And I think that maybe you can't end up. And maybe you can come in and call out. If you're ready for something like that, yeah, what I want to do. I think it's good if I see it in a useful. Context. Because I think you can do that. But what are family and what
Things that I published.
I think it's not that.
So for the CCAI press, I wrote kind of a sort of historical and commentary on the grammar. And here's that's how
Overall assessment.
that I can.
Okay.
But and co-sponsoring a conference and some of it. We were sort of praising the work of Jacob Mann on his centennial. Mann was a faculty member at HEC in the 20s and 30s and died early in life.
school in Europe?
No, here at HEC.
Why is
And-
this thing in Europe?
Oh, because he did a lot of work with goodies and materials, and he did a lot of work in Cambridge, so it's just co-sponsored with the Cambridge.
Is that where a lot of the Ganesha stuff is?
The majority of the stuff is Cambridge, but it's spread out throughout our world.
Yeah.
So we're preparing a volume of that,
Yeah.
a volume of the revised versions of the essays from the conference.
That would be very.
Yeah. And, that's kind of what I'm working on at the moment, that I'm, and I still have I have administrative responsibilities in graduate school.
What are you in charge of? What's your position with regard to the graduate school?
I'm a director.
Oh. Let me. You could send me to New York or Los Angeles.
Well, no, there is no graduate school. So it's just,
Oh, well, then you could let me take a class.
you can take classes in any of that. You can always take classes at college as
As an honor. Well, I guess that's good enough.
or you can even take it for credit if you want to.
Well,
There's a fee though,
is it the same fee to audit it to take for credit?
no, it's slightly less than that.
Less to audit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly cheap.
I know, but it's like information I needed for most of my life, you know? I didn't stop doing my studying because I didn't get in.
Oh, sure.
I just didn't have, and for years I went and took out materials. I had a relationship with the library staff, so they kept letting me take stuff out
Mhm.
because I always treated it responsibly, and I
Sure.
sent them material from history of Temple Israel.
Right, sure.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I'm up to these days.
So what is HEC gonna look like after 3 years?
That is a good question. The real one is what it's not as.
Yeah,
The issue is
that's what I
really
mean.
what's gonna happen. I mean,
that is HEC.
I think that, yeah, as far as I'm concerned too, they like to even sell off the building.
Yeah, okay, well, the dormitory building, we could live
Yeah.
without. The other building,
The classroom building.
the archives and the
The
main building
archives
and
the archives,
that synagogue building is a museum or something?
well,
The other
the
side of the park.
museum and the archives and the library. That's what they want to put together as a research.
Oh, that sounds good.
But it costs a lot. They're also trying to,
The world is full of,
ballooning, yeah, it is, a ballooning deficit, they're trying to.
that sounds like a very attractive institution, you know?
It could be, I mean, they kind of.
I don't give a
they're
second.
kind of.
I love what you're telling me, but I have to pee and I'll be back in 30 minutes.
Actually, I'm gonna have to go, so let's finish up.
It's,
I'll walk you out to the.
Walk me to the bathroom.
To the bathroom.
Hope they don't lock me away from my table. No.
Oh, we go
The-
I don't think so. So, yeah, we. It's a world class. Oh, absolutely. So, there's a lot of stuff here. And I was surprised, but you guys were here, but, yeah, I think so. Oh, I'm here for 4 o'clock. Okay, all right. Okay.
Really? Oh, seriously, oh. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I'm like, so. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to you one of those stuff. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I made some beef stew, and I said it was okay. She doesn't like vegetables, I was, beef stew was killed. Yeah, so I mean. You go to the trouble to cook. Right, and she's critiquing. And I had a, yeah, that's what we did in our life. Yeah. Uh, I guess Gordon's food. Yes, Gordon, make you say. I'm here. Oh, yeah. Let me check something real quick here. I was giving you a heads up, man. What you trying for?
Okay.
I was giving you a heads up, we're gonna leave out here one. man.
Okay, that was.
Hey, you got
one guy, man, you gotta go, I mean, I'm like, the boss came in, all you guys are sitting off the property. Cause he's not the speaker, he's just hanging out. So that way,
Nah, man, I don't know about your involvement, I didn't know if you go over and go share.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
sitting out
sure.
of years, it's just a set time and pay.
Yeah. You guys came in, check mostly, he just came hang out, you know, he ain't got nothing to do, so I told him, I go to cars can leave, all you guys are
I'm
sitting
not
out.
about to go around.
You know, I just, when I'm supposed to do, I gave what you go thing, so, yeah. Yeah. You saw I gave what you go, but you just take it goes, you know, just go, you gotta go. Yeah, I see.
I just want to give you a heads up that we was gonna leave. now.
Okay, all right, see you later.
I'm gonna take a quick walk through the room, real quick, and then we're headed out. Okay, it's just you. Danielle Dyson told me she thinks the name of one is like a white green base blanket that's got Theo's name on it. So if you happen to see it, leave it in my office. There's a chance that I'm sent home with my kids.
All right, thank you.
You know, but it's a little older, it's always something here. Hey, Fred.
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't seen a car key fob around the building, have you?
No, ma'am. Hey, babe, can I call you back? I'm talking to the rabbi.
Alright, if you see one, let me know.
You lost your car keys?
Yep.
Oh, boy.
Took them off my keychain to give them to my husband yesterday.
Yeah. You're excited?
Oh, I like that he's up. Oh.
Who said that? Hello? Hey, what's up, buddy? I'm, all right, everything went okay, Ellen left a note to flip over for Shabbat, share Shabbat, so I got where we had 8 tables, I'm just putting fresh tablecloths on. I got the 3 buffet tables, but I left you a note, we need long tables so I can top them.
I know.
So what you do, I was gonna say, if you could set me up one example table, maybe that I can come in Tuesday and Thursday, but everything else is done, kitchen's clean, the office is ready. I'ma see if she want me to break down Olive, I'ma see if I can get that done, and you kind of take the weight off you.
Hey, what did you do? Cause I know we were out of long tables, did you just throw on?
I took half the rounds and that left them in half, so Rick, it was okay, he didn't notice it, didn't mention nothing.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, cause I was gonna leave you a note about that.
Yeah.
I figured, you would just do that,
Yeah.
so that's good.
Well, all I gotta do, run a sweep in the office, and they want me to clean the rabbi's office. I got the bathrooms done, so once I put this last round on Shir Shabbat, I'm cut the lights out. This room will be mostly ready, but if you could set me one example table, then I can finish them up Tuesday or Thursday.
That, or I'll knock out a few of them.
Okay, that'll work. Then I'll just copy off what I see you do.
Yeah, I don't wanna have you doing all of it. So.
Okay, that'll work. So I'll be out here about maybe 45 minutes, let's say, maybe less than. I'm just gonna run the sweeper, clean the rabbi's office, because the bathrooms are clean, the kitchen's clean, the dishes are put away. So I'll probably be gone about a half an hour, maybe a little more. All right, all right. See you later, bye-bye. Bye.
Oh.